Hey, peace, 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 peace. Thank you for joining me. This is Morey Yacob. And I would like to tell you, hey, this is my Shabbat. This is my Shabbat. And for this being my Shabbat, I like to say shalom, shalom. Happy Shabbat to each one of you. And if it's not your Shabbat, shalom, shalom. Thank you for joining me. They want to echo. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Gosh, they want to act up now. Tell you the truth, they were acting up right. Acting right now. All of a sudden, when I get on live, it want to act up. Just give me a minute, y'all. All right, we got it. I had to get my sound effects together. So once again, happy Shabbat, shalom, shalom to each one of you. To each one of you, I like to say shalom, shalom. Hey, oh come on, I just had you. So I like to say shalom, shalom. Happy Shabbat to each one of you. This is my Shabbat. This is my Shabbat. So hey, welcome. But before we go any further, I like to blow my shofar. So we thank the Creator for everything that He has done. Let us go through some words of encouragement. We thank the Creator for just giving us this day, this time, this hour, where that we can come together and just, hey, hear His word. This is the day that the Creator has declared for us to be able to come together, to be able to gather, to be able to hear the word of the Creator. Thank the Creator for keeping us throughout the week, protecting us, providing for us, giving us everything that we needed in this oppression. We ask the Creator to continue to lead us into the ways of wisdom, the way of understanding, the way of being righteous. We thank the Creator for these prayers that we have prayed before His ears. We thank the Creator for everything And we thank him. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. All praises. Shalom. Selah. So so I thank the Creator for all that he is going to do, that he will do, that he is doing. Hey, we got some big things coming down the pipeline sooner or later in the coming future. We're just trying to make sure that we get everything together. So if you like to give, you can see at the bottom. The Cash App is at the bottom. The Cash App is at the bottom if you would like to be a regular giver. Also, when you come in, put your name in the chat and let us know where you're from. This conversation is going to be a good one. Another good one this week. Last week we had about the colorism. Can Israel be mixed? This week you can see the title, If Your Child LGBT, Will You Accept Them? If your child is LGBT, will you accept them? And I know a lot of us, we have different opinions. We have different thoughts about whether or not if we're going to accept if we accept that type of what we call a behavior. Okay? So if you like to come on the panel, the link is in the chat. I know a lot of people who is supposed to come on. I just see if they will be here. But all praises to Sister JoJo. We thank the Creator for you. Once when you come into the room, make sure you press the like and the subscribe button and also the share button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel if you like the material that you are hearing. And also to make sure that you press that like button. Or the down button. You know, you can press the hate button too. But just let us know that you heard the material and how you felt about what you have heard. Let me drink something real quick. Had to pour something in the cup, but I got it in the can. That's cool. That's refreshing. Got my water right here. Oh, praises. So now, if you post anything in the chat today, or you come on the panel, make sure that what you say that lines up with the topic, because if not, your comment will be flushed down the toilet. It will be flushed, I promise you. All right. So now, I thank everybody that's going to be joining us in the chat today. Thank you for being here today. I thank the Creator for allowing us to be able to come into His presence, to be able to, and everybody who's going to be joining us later on in the chat, we thank you, we thank you, thank you. So let's, without no further ado, let us get into the lesson. Okay? Let us get into the lesson. Let us get into the lesson. If your child is LGBT, will you accept your child? Will you accept your child? And I know a lot of us, we already have a pre thought on how we feel about this subject, because those are principles that we stand on. Okay, those are principles that we stand on, and there's nothing wrong with our principles, but we have to make sure that we line our principles not by how we feel, but literally into the things that we know. Okay. Um, a lot of people would tries to avoid this subject because of they don't want the, they'll talk about it in the religious point, but they won't really get into the bottom line, as into what is causing in the root cause of LGBTQ community. All right. So we're going to base a lot of this. I'm gonna put up the first video. Um, I want to put up the first video. This is fair use, because let me share my screen. Because a lot of us we don't a lot of us we don't like to talk about this, especially if it's in our family, our own family. So fair use, fair use. In fact, before I do that, I don't have to keep saying fair use. I'm gonna do it on this one, fair use, but then the next ones I have my fair use marker up. So this fair use under the 1976 Act. This is not my material. I haven't made this material. I don't claim any rights to this material. So fair use for your caboose. This is for Ghostface Killer, the rapper. His son had put him on blast for being a deadbeat father. We're going to get into a little bit of that today as well. So let's go.
Has been branded a deadbeat dad by his gay son. He aired out the Wu-Tang Clan legend for allegedly neglecting him and his siblings for more than 15 years.
I have never been the type to go online and talk about my personal life, my family, or my emotions. However, today I'm giving an inside look into my broken heart because I'm feeling more lost and hopeless than I have ever been. I didn't really want to do this, but at this point I'm tired. So since you are unreachable, perhaps this will get your attention. I haven't had a full conversation with you or seen you in over 15 years. You haven't once tried to reach out to me to see how I'm feeling or how I'm doing. I have messages that literally show me reaching out to you and receiving no response for over a decade. The legend that you all love. Ghostface Killer is the full definition of a deadbeat. Dad, you let us live without light, gas, or even communication from you for years. You have all this coin, and yet you allow my uncles to clean up your mess. For many years, you made me hate myself, until I developed the courage to snap the fuck out of it and realize that there was nothing wrong with me, but there's everything wrong with you.
Ghostface Killer has been...
Now, I'm going to let it play again. I'm going to let it play one more time, because this is what the conversation is about. If your child is LGBTQ, will you accept them? We're going to build in this conversation today. We're going to build. I'm going to build. I'm not going to start off real strong. I'm going to take my time to build. Okay, so let's hear this one more time.
Been branded a deadbeat dad by his gay son. He aired out the Wu-Tang Clan legend for allegedly neglecting him and his siblings for more than 15 years.
I have never been the type to go online and talk about my personal life, my family, or my emotions. However, today I'm giving an inside look into my broken heart because I'm feeling more lost and hopeless than I have ever been. I didn't really want to do this, but at this point I'm tired. So since you are unreachable, perhaps this will get your attention. I haven't had a full conversation with you or seen you in over 15 years. You haven't once tried to reach out to me to see how I'm feeling or how I'm doing. I have messages that literally show me reaching out to you and receiving no response for over a decade. The legend that you all love. Ghostface Killah is the full definition of a deadbeat. Dad, you let us live without light, gas, or even communication from you for years. You have all this coin and yet you allow my uncles to clean up your mess. For many years you made me hate myself, until I developed the courage to snap the fuck out of it and realize that there was nothing wrong with me, but there's everything wrong with you.
Ghostface Killah has been branded a deadbeat dad by...
Okay. Now, this is what the subject is on today. Okay. He is feeling neglected. Okay. One of Ghostface Killah from Wu-Tang Clan sons is gay. Let's pay attention to that. One of his sons, because he have many children, but one of them is gay. It's part of the LGBTQ community. Okay. Let's put some bombs up there. One of his sons is a part of that LGBT community. And the point is this. He said his father is deadbeat. He haven't spoken to his father in over 15 years. He haven't spoken to his father in over 15 years. He was reaching out to him personally, and he showed some of the text messages that he was reaching out to him for. And he never reached back out to him. The father, Ghostface, never reached back to his son. And he said, well, maybe I could get his attention by posting stuff on social media. And it became a hot buzz topic. It became a hot buzz topic. What you think about that? It became a hot buzz topic. And a lot of us, we don't like to talk about this type of issues that we have or that we see within families. Okay. But before I go any further, I want to begin talk about some of the news, and I need some feedback on this. All right. All right. We got some news that I want to share. We got some news. Then we're going to get back into the subject. One of the news Chicago gives $51 million to illegals. One of the news. Chicago gives $51 million to illegals. Now I want you to think about that. Let's pay this as fair use, fair use. This is fair use for your caboose. Just give me 1 minute. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I know a lot of people are going to run away from this subject because a lot of people are in this community. But let's go fair use, fair use. What's going on with the... Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Where's this thing doing? Hold on. Do you hear it?
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, hold on. Let me come from back out of this. Hold on, let me get back out of this. Okay, here we go. That's the problem. All right, here we go. Let me go back here. I put on the wrong one. All right, fair use. Let's go.
In a 34-13 vote.
The 51 million going, that's going to last us only to the end of next month. And what happens July 1st when we're broke again?
Frustration boiled over during a fiery city council meeting as residents and aldermen disagreed on how taxpayer dollars should be used when it comes to migrants.
Ultimately, $51 million in funding was approved to help care for asylum seekers in our city.
Casey Cronus has the story now from City Hall.
Passed in a 34-13 vote. That money will go toward housing, food, and other resources for new arrivals. But the decision did not come without contentious debate.
The bottom line is
We're a sanctuary city. We've been bragging about it forever. We did nothing to prepare for it.
More than 1,000 migrants have been dropped off in Chicago from the Texas border. Those opposed to a massive budget amendment are questioning how much money when local communities remain neglected and homeless individuals are sleeping on the streets.
How dare this mayor?
Now, I want you to pay attention. This is a so-called black mayor or melanated mayor. And the people that like who's outraged is the people that you see complaining, like this brother. But remember, they voted and put this man in office. And before he even got into office, he was already talking about helping the illegals. Let's go.
And city council have the guts to give migrants $51 million.
During the city council
Easy. It's called the act benign and neglect. Look it up. Let's go.
meeting, the public weighed in.
We have not gotten anything for our community. And we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Enough is enough. And I voted for you, Brandon.
They told you they voted for this guy. They voted for him. They voted for this guy, and this guy was already telling them what he was going to do, and they still put him in because he looks like you. Let's go.
With tensions running high, arguments and interruptions were frequent. With tensions running high, arguments and interruptions were frequent.
How bad that you would do it, demonstrating the worst part of our debates.
That $51 million covers the remainder of a projected $102 million that it will cost the city to care for migrants through the end of June, with the rest coming from the state and federal governments. But it's unclear what will happen when this money runs out. Reporting from City Hall, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
I told you that most of all your black politicians, you can flush them down the doggone toilet. Let me do it again. Most of all your black politicians, you can flush them jokers down the damn toilet because they're not for you. They are not for you. They're not for you. Most of them are what? And you still vote for these people. You still vote for these people, and you expect for them, because they look like you, to help you. What you got to say about that? I'm listening.
Well, that's why we are in the predicament that we're in now, because, you know, you want to support your people, so to speak, but just because they may have that melanation like you doesn't make them your people. So if they're not your people, then they're not going to have your best interests at heart. And the only people that they're going to be concerned about is themselves or their actual people. If they've done the research to see if they're part of their, their bloodline or their culture, so to speak.
Okay. Let's go to another one. New York gives millions to illegals. New York gives illegal millions. Let's go to that one. Fair use, fair use. This is your mayor, New York City, Eric Adams. Fair use, fair use. Let's share my screen. All this is going to tie in. Here we go.
This is how I use ChatGPT and AI to help start automate.
This is the Republican from New York, and she joins me now to talk about this. Congresswoman, good morning. Look, let's begin. I know you're not a fan of this plan, right?
Well, of course I'm not a fan of this plan. It's absolutely outrageous. Not in New York City have a housing crisis. We have an affordability crisis. People are renting apartments in New York City for thousands and thousands of dollars. People are having difficulty paying their mortgage, paying their rent, keeping up with their property taxes that have increased year after year. And the mayor is now telling hardworking taxpayers that they need to pay so individual who crossed into our country illegally at the border last week can live rent-free. I mean, what planet are we living on? It's absolutely outrageous. And the mayor, I've said it before, needs to challenge, and he is, by the way, finally, after I've been calling for him for a year to challenge this right to shelter law, it's finally going to go before a judge because this was intended for homeless New Yorkers, right? Citizens who fell in difficult times, became homeless, to give them a shelter, not for individuals who just entered our country last week or citizens of other countries. And, you know, it's just, of course, this is going to continue to just incentivize individuals to come over our border. That's exactly what's going to happen. He says they keep coming because you're giving them free housing.
They are getting free housing when the average person that pays taxes can't even get a free housing. But those who come across the border. But now, watch this. You go across the border into Mexico or Guatemala or where the hell are these folks coming from? And let's see if you get free housing. Let's go.
What strikes me about this, Congresswoman, is the fact that for so long, those people, especially in New York and other, cities far away from the border, were very critical of the efforts to prevent people from coming illegally into the country. They were 2,000 miles away from where it was happening, but now it's on their doorstep and they're getting a taste of what Arizona and Texas has been dealing with for years. So there's a little bit of, you know what, this is the reality of the situation. Unfettered, migration across the border. Whatever happened to Homeland Security?
They think Homeland Security works. Homeland Security is bringing them in. Even the baby laughing. Even the baby laughing. Their policy is garbage. And they're bringing these people over here for a reason. Let's go.
Absolutely right. City, in post-11 world, New York City of all places should understand the dangers of having an open border. We found terrorists on the suspected FBI terror watch list. Here we found guns being found on a regular basis now. The drug cartels have set up operations in our cities. It all needs to be stopped, and it can only be stopped if the president undoes the policies put in place and secures the border, or if the Senate takes up the House's border security bill, which we passed last month. Senator Schumer has not passed our bill, and he has not passed his own bill. So he has to do something here so we can reconcile our differences and move forward. So short of the president or Senator Schumer doing something on border security, we're going to continue to see this crisis, and we should not have a mayor that continues to incentivize it. You know what's happening today in Washington? We've got the New York City Council Speaker, we've got the New York City Finance Chairman, Justin Brannan, here lobbying for more money so they can continue to add shelters, so they can continue to provide housing for migrants. I'm just not going to support that type of policy. We need to get border security in place, and we can work on immigration too, by the way. We should be addressing the issues of visas. We should be addressing the issues of judges and other matters so we can have a proper asylum process that flows and order at the border. But what's going on right now is unacceptable.
Absolutely. Close the border. Congresswoman Maliotakis, thank you so much.
I just want to tell you, as they bring these people across the border, what you think that does for you? But most of you don't care. Because I'm going to show you something. Let's go to the last. Let's go to the last one. And then we're going to jump into the subject. Because we don't recognize black voters in South Carolina say they will still vote for Joe Biden. Black voters in South Carolina say that they will still vote for Joe Biden. The Phil Scott podcast. And here's the fair use. I'm not going to I'm not going to play the whole podcast here because it's almost like 30 minutes. See, the black voters, okay, hold on. All right, so fair use. I want y'all to pay attention to this right here real close because Chicago's mad. New Yorkers are mad. And listen to these folks out of their own mouth. Fair use. Let's go.
So tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, there is a video that we're going to review. This is coming out of South Carolina. They had talked to black voters in South Carolina, old Jim Crow Clyburn, his particular stomping ground.
That man right there need to go to the James Clyburn, because everything that come out that nigga mouth is fart. It's straight nasty. Everything come out of his mouth is straight nasty. It's nothing for you. It's always for others. Let's go.
And when I saw this video, I said, Lord, I got to let the people know on the podcast of this video. Oh, I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say in this one. But we're going to go on and listen to what these people say. And then we'll just, do our thing and just give some commentary to it. So let's go to it.
This the horse's mouth. These are the horse's mouths. This is why we are in a bad position right now today. Let's go.
I think that's about it. I can't tell anybody who to vote for, but I can tell you who I can vote for, and I'm going to vote for Biden. We need to remember that,
thing.
Say it
and
again.
just give some comment to it.
I can't tell anybody who to vote for, but I can tell you who I can vote for, and I'm going to vote for Biden. We need to remember that, the same way we got him in there before, we have to do the same thing by voting. And we just have to instill in the younger people that they need to come on out to the polls and vote. They need to help people out if it's older, elderly people.
Sir, vote.
Did you hear?
Hey, I can't tell anybody who to vote for, but I can tell you who I can vote for, and I'm going to vote for Biden. We need to remember that, the same way we got him in there before, we have to do the same thing by voting. And we just have to instill in the younger people that they need to come on out to the polls and vote. They need to help people out if it's older, elderly people.
Sir,
did you not catch Chicago and New York? And now this is in South Carolina. Let's go.
Vote for what? What are we voting for? Like, why are you performing and voting? This is so freaking annoying. I mean, seriously, like, you just go do it to be doing it at this point. You don't care what these people do. You do it to be doing it. It's a habit for you every 2 years. I really believe that. You don't expect nothing. You don't want nothing. And us crazy younger folk who is just, we so crazy to think that our politicians should be earning our vote and doing something for our vote, just like they do for every other constituent, right? But he also said that we need to go out, get the old people, and take them to go vote. They never can say, what are we voting for? What? I mean, I'm so sick and tired of people in our community like this. It's like, listen, we have advanced in technology. We have advanced in knowledge. And people in our community are literally stuck. Like, they don't have no way to research anything. I know I'm not the only one feeling this way. I'm going to vote Biden. I can't tell nobody else who to vote for, but I'm voting for Biden.
They weird.
That's why Black America stay losing, folks. That's why. People like him. Oh, but we ain't done. Let's continue.
It's about the results. It also is a mark of integrity that our top leader of our country has to show. And all of that matters. All of that matters. And so certainly Biden has proven himself in the last few years, and I'll be voting for him in the next election.
Ma'am, what integrity does Biden have?
She say Biden, and he showed that since he been in office.
It just came out like a day or so ago that Biden had received payments from a corporation in Ukraine in the payment of $5 million. And when the moment that dropped, that's when they immediately indicted Trump on the federal level.
That's when they went after
Trump.
Trump.
They are doing a lot of dirt right now. I mean, that's a whole different podcast in itself, all the situation with Trump. But this, with integrity, why are you taking money from Ukraine? All this money going on in Ukraine and nobody knowing what's going on with it. Well, like, who bank accounts is it really going into? Because it sounds like some straight money laundering in a lot of ways, right? But ma'am, like what did Biden do for black people? See, and this is the people that go and vote for Clyburn every time. Oh, Clyburn is doing a lot of great things in South Carolina. And South Carolina is one of the poorest places for black people.
Let me see
in the nation.
I want y'all to hear that again.
Well, like, who bank accounts is it really going into? Because it sounds like some straight money laundering in a lot of ways, right? But ma'am, like what did Biden do for black people? See, and this is the people that go and vote for Clyburn every time. Oh, Clyburn is doing a lot of great things in South Carolina. And South Carolina is one of the poorest places for black people in the nation. How do you have that man represent you all those years? Oh, I forgot. He gives you a fish fry, and that's all you need. A good fish fry every year, some old greasy, artery clogging fish fry, and he's giving you some old diabetes water, aka soft drinks, your Cokes, your Sprites, diabetes water, and he give you that, and you're good for another year, and you gonna come out and vote for him. What was I thinking to say that you should be asking for something, or you looking at what Clyburn has done for the community? But let's continue.
Of Biden against whoever emerges from the other side, and everything is so extreme on the other side that, I can't see many options besides Biden at this point.
Here we go with that lesser to evil crap. That's what that is, what he just said. Like I said before, so if you have a choice between the murderer and the pedophile, you choose the pedophile. Instead of saying, I don't like him either, I'll sit it out because he's not what my cup of tea is. You see, once again, the older generation isn't the only ones that stuck on this. Because we always talk about the civil rights generation and what they do with their voting. And yes, they are a bigger block of voters. They are. But we're looking at two people who are considered younger than them and thinking the same way. So we can't just dump it all on the civil rights generation because that's not fair. We're seeing that this lesser to evil crap, this I'm voting for Biden and don't care, don't even ask if he did anything for you. I mean, this community, like I said, other groups are coming in this country and they're hitting the ground running with assistance of our government. They're hitting the ground running. And I'm telling you, these new immigrants that came in 2023, in 5 years, they're going to be past all you.
And we're going to leave the video right there. You can pick up the rest of the video on your own, and that deserves 2 bomb drops. Because, see, some of y'all don't know how urgent that really is. What he just said. They're going to go right past you. What say you? They're going to go right past you. And a lot of us, we are not, we sit there and be trying to figure out, well, how do these people get all this stuff? It's because they getting it from the assistance of the government. And every time you turn around, most of you steady voting for people that degradize you, your people, and your community. And then you say, well, if you can't beat them, you need to join them. Join what? They already hate you. They dislike you because if they liked you, you already got a civil rights bill on the table. Tell me, why haven't you benefit from it? Why haven't you benefited from that? And I know a lot of us don't like to talk about that. But let's keep going. Let's get into the subject. Let's get into the lesson. Because a lot of us, we don't like to talk about truth. Things that's really going on with us. We don't like to talk about that. We want to hide our head into the ground like an ostrich. And then we hoping that things just pass over. The same way when we are dealing with the LGBTQ community. We say, oh, I'm cool with that as long as it don't mess with me. But hold on. Ghostface Killer's son is a part of the community. And a lot of people that you know is underneath the closet. A lot of them came out of the closet. Many of them came out of the closet, but some of them are still in the closet because of what? Things that they have going on. So one thing we have to do is understand that that when a child is born, they say, well, a child is born gay. But let's talk about lineage real quick. Let's talk about your lineage. Because, see, the lineage, when you talk about the voting, it's the same thing. A lot of so-called melanated people that we call Negroes or blacks, they are voting because this is what was designed in them, to vote one way. They was designed to vote one way. So that's why most of the so-called Negro or black community, they will not get past the Democrats. I don't care what the Democrats do. The Democrats can sit there and push them all out in the side of the road, and guess what? They'll still go back and vote for the Democrats. Because you got your mind so stuck on what you believe, what you think, how you feel. And it's the same way when it comes to the LGBTQ community. And we just sit there and say, well, this way I feel, this way I feel. And I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right. I'm just about to lay out some points. Because a person, before they become LGBT, comes from what is called a lineage. And we have to understand that Ghostface Killer child came from him. And he was created from what? Both parents. And one thing we have to understand is both parents that when they had sex, they produced what was called a child. And that child is their energy. It's the father and the mother's energy. Okay? Because you have to remember, we are energy beings. We just look at the body. Oh, I'm flesh. I'm skin, bones, and we look under the skin. That underneath the skin is like tissues and cartilage and nerves and bones, and we believe that's what we are. But how do this cartilage, bone, cells, and all these other things begin to move? It's because it's energy there. It's energy there. Energy. You are an energy being. So Ghostface Killer's son, who is gay, who's a part of the LGBTQ community, was created from Ghostface Killer and the woman he slept with. Okay? Now, let's get into one more. Let's get into another video. Okay? I'm setting up a foundation. So I don't want you to think that I'm going to video you to death, because I am. I'm going to video you to death today. Okay? But we also going to get into we're going to get into some real points too as well. Okay? Because see, we are energy beings. Okay? We are energy beings. So fair use, fair use. All right? Fair use, fair use. Under the 1976 Act, this is not my material. I claim no rights for this material. So let's get it. All right, let's go.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 of investment?
And this is not what I want. Let's skip this commercial, because they always got to come with a commercial. Let's go.
More to the human than this physical body that we have. Did you ever wonder if there's anything more to the human than this physical body that we have? Well, it's real interesting, because if we go back in history,
now we're not gonna watch the
they talk about something called spirit and energy and an invisible force that seems to be controlling who and what we really are. Quantum physics emphasizes that the universe is not really split into two realms, a material realm and an energetic realm. Quantum physics reveals that everything is made out of energy.
He said everything is made out of energy. Everything, not just certain things that you think is energy. Everything. That's the grass. That's the tree. That's the rabbit. That's the roach that you kill. That's the mosquito that you kill. That is the worm that the birds eat. the apple that grows off a tree. That is energy, family. Let's go.
Perceive as matter, it's actually an illusion of energy and light, that there is nothing physical. What do you mean? What we perceive as matter, it's actually an illusion of energy and light.
So he said everything that is matter, that's physical, hard, that you can touch, see, smell, and taste, that is an illusion of energy. Let's go.
There is nothing physical.
So he said there's nothing physical here. This is what I was teaching on the Adam and Eve. I'm get back into that lesson on next week. I'm gonna get back into chapter 4. We're gonna finish up chapter 4 on next week. He says all those things that you see is straight an illusion. Let's go.
But what do you mean? I said, well, first of all, a very simple fact. When physicists started to take the atom apart and find there were things inside such as protons, neutrons, and electrons, then they say, yeah, but what are those things made out of? Then they got down to smaller things like quarks. And then I said, yeah, but what were they made out of? And ultimately what physicists recognized was at the fundamental core of an atom, there was nothing material at all.
So at the core of an atom, there's nothing material at all. Remember what the Creator told Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in your mother's womb. I created you. How? Let's go.
It's an energy. It's energy field.
So if everything is energy before that, you have to understand where did you come from? You came from energy. Let's go.
And that all atoms are these energy fields. And the significance about that is, well, atoms make up humans. And so by definition, we perceive ourselves as physical structures, but according to quantum physics, we're energy vortices. Imagine
we are energy vortices. And you got to understand what an energy vortice is. That goes beyond the very nature of you. That's why I keep telling you, you can't destroy energy. It only transfers itself. Let's go.
The cell as a television set, and that the environmental signal, like a broadcast, is being picked up by the antennas on that television set. And therefore, the cell responds to that broadcast. Well, guess what? Everyone has a different set of antennas. So by definition, everyone is from broadcast field. Field, yeah, that's what physicists refer to as the energy in which we live. So all of us are in a field, but each one of us actually receives a very precise and specific part of that field different than everybody else.
Now I want you to pay attention to that, because that's going to be, as we get further into this lesson, that's going to be very important. Everyone is different because they receive different parts of the energy field. That is very important. I want you to pay attention to that, because that is going, as we get further into it, that is where we're going to go at. The energy that others have. Let's go.
No two people share the same self-reception.
No two people share the same self-reception. They're different. The two shall become what? One. So you're having two self-receptions coming together to be able to create a family and to be able to build a home. Two energy fields coming together. I want y'all to pay attention to that, because that's going to be very important for this lesson. Let's go.
That's why we just can't exchange cells, organs, and tissues with each other. Now comes an interesting part. If the cell is like a television receiving a broadcast, then consider this. What happens if you're watching your TV and it breaks? We say the TV's dead. I go, yeah. But now the question is this. Yes, the TV just died, but is the broadcast still there that I was watching? The answer, of course, it's still there. The television's gone. The broadcast is present. I say, how would you know?
So he's talking about the TV. That's the physical matter. If it breaks, it's dead. But the actual energy that connects to that TV is still there. That's like a person who has died. I want y'all to pay attention to what he's telling you, because this is going to break this. We're going to get into some stuff in a minute. Let's go. Let's go back and rewind. Let's go.
Still there that I'm watching? The answer, of course, it's still. The television's gone. The broadcast is present. I say, how would you know? Well, one way of knowing, get another TV set, plug it in, turn it on, and tune it to the station that goes back on.
And that's lineage. I want y'all to pay attention to that. That's lineage of what he's talking about. but he's dealing with a TV and electricity. If the TV's dead, then that TV's dead. But when you go and get a new one and you plug that TV into the same receptacle that you were in and plug it into the same cable box, that energy, that TV program is still there. It hasn't gone nowhere. Let's go.
Well, that's what I use as well. I have an identity due to a set of receptors receiving an environmental signal. If I die, I have no more reception, and therefore my broadcast exists, but there's no TV to express it. If an embryo shows up in the future with the same set of self-receptors that I have, well, then guess what? I'm back online.
So that means you don't go nowhere after you have left the body. You're just going to return, but you're going to return back how? Let's go.
In a different TV. Does it have to be a male or female TV? No, that's the TV. Well, how about, is it black, white, brown, red, yellow? No, that's the TV. That's not who you are. You are the broadcast. Lastly, it's important to note that the character that you express in this life is actually sent back to you because your brain is not keeping your consciousness in magnetoencephalographs read your brain function, but the probes don't even touch your head. They're very important concept right here. Your thoughts are not contained in your head. They're broadcast into the field. And as Einstein emphasized, the field is the sole governing agency of the particle, matter. And then we put all of this together and says, your biology is an expression of this matter, but it's actually shaped by the field, a field that exists whether you're here or not. And then all of a sudden, the ancient story of spirituality now conforms to the modern day science of quantum physics. You're a field, you're a spirit, you're more than this. And when you understand that, it's the first step towards your personal empowerment.
So I hope you understand what he just was saying. We get stuck on the body, but you're energy. Remember, energy cannot be destroyed. Energy is just transferred. That's it. So when a person dies, that energy of them will return through a new body. So we're talking about lineage. So when two people have sex, that baby is the parent's extended energy. And remember what he said, two people do not carry the same energy reference. They're different. So if two people do not have the same energy frequencies, that means when two people come together, they are bringing those two frequencies together. So what's inside both parents goes into that child. Okay? I hope I'm not losing you. Make sure you press that like and subscribe button if you haven't yet pressed it. And make sure you press the share button of those who you think needs to hear this message, so as that it can help the algorithm of YouTube. Let others know that we're here. What you have to say, sis?
I was just going to say, so pretty much when we leave this body, we really need to stop saying that a person has died or death, but they're actually just transitioning to a different position.
Correct. They are transitioning to a different position. That's it. That's it. We're energy beings. So what's inside of both parents goes into the child. The child is an extension of both parents.
See, it's making sense now. And I say that when I say it's making sense, I'm thinking about how when you go back to Torah, when before a person was married, that's why you were supposed to really stay within a certain, when you meet somebody, you're supposed to stay within a certain guideline. So that way, if you do get married and you do start producing children, like you say, it's the way that you come together to produce these children, how things are going to be. So if you're in the wrong vibration and you bring a child forth in that wrong vibration, then what are you going to expect that's going to happen? Nothing good.
That's right.
So that's why, I mean, it's kind of making sense why, I guess when they would say they would have arranged marriages for a reason. So we thinking nowadays like, well, I don't want to marry nobody that I don't love, this, that, and the other, or this, you know. But if you look at it from an extension point, there's a reason why.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's the reason why there were arranged marriages, is because we have to be very careful at the energy that we were mixing with.
Right.
Because both don't share the same energy. And it's not saying rather if the energy is good or bad. It's not what it's saying. It's just that both we don't share the same energy. So when you get with the other person, rather male or female, and you mix with that person, you're going to create an extended energy of yourself. So what's in both of the parents goes into the child. If you watch your child, there are some things you don't have to teach them. If you just simply watch them.
They inherit it.
Huh?
They will inherit it. They will inherit it.
Like, what you mean?
As far as like, you know, like you said, you watch them, they may have like little things that you may say, well, you know, I used to do that when I was a child, or they're doing the same thing I did when I was that age or a little older. It's like a part of you is a part of them, but they're kind of showing it as they grow older.
So say that again, sir. Say that again. Say that again.
No, what I was saying is that as you watch your child, and as they're growing, you begin to see some of the things that you did as you was a child. You're seeing that in them. So, and then as they grow, it's like, okay, well, it's almost like they're mimicking certain things that you did as you were a child, but you can see that in them as they become older. So I guess that's where the extension's coming from.
Yeah. Because remember, they are an extension of you. And they are an extension of your grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-great-grandparents on both sides. See, that energy is spread it out. And then as it comes down to your child, it becomes personal now. Because it's you and the other person.
And that goes back to your class on last week about the mingling and mixing with other nations.
Correct.
Why you shouldn't do that.
Correct.
Because then you're not making that bloodline is no longer pure because it's tainted now. Because you've been outside of your element.
Go ahead, make your point, because they like it. They like it.
I wasn't expecting that. But no, but see, then you're going outside of that element. And once you do that, then that's why things are so discombobulated. So, you know, going forth, we just got to be mindful. And I think that's why we got to be so careful, because we look at other nations and we look at how they do things, but you got to keep things in line and in order if you want things to produce itself correctly.
All praises. All praises. I mean, they like it. That was perfect. So that's why we have to get to the point to recognize what are we doing and why are we doing it. Because when you produce a child, that child is an extension of you and the person who you were with. So when that child comes, all you have to do is watch him. There are certain things you don't have to teach them. There are certain things you don't have to teach that child. There are certain things you don't have to teach that child because it's already there. Like, for an example, lying, stealing, teaching, playing piano, or whatever is in the parents, it extends further into that child. And the child just picks up what the parents didn't complete, rather if it's good or bad. Those patterns come from you. And I know a lot of us, we don't want to talk about this because we want to believe that that what we see is something different of what we're actually experiencing when it comes to our children. Those patterns are you that's inside of your child. They're you. They are you. That was inside of your grandparents, great grandparents. They are you. Because you come from that energy source. That's why the Bible teaches us in Proverbs 22:6. Let's grab that scripture.
Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Now, when I listen to that verse, we think that training the child is something that what we want them to have. That means I train them in whatever I think is right. It says train up a child in the way that they should go. Start children off on the way that they should go, or train up a child in the way that they should go. And even when they are old, they will not turn from it. So in other words, if I teach my child how to run football, play basketball, run track. I meant that at the beginning. Run track. Teach my child how to preach the Bible in church. Teach my child how to be a manager at a bank or this or that. They may not want it at the beginning, but then sooner or later they'll come back to it. That's what we always thought that this verse right here meant. That verse do not mean that. It don't. When we look at the word train, Train, train. Train means to inaugurate. Like when you see the president or a governor or a person who was awarded a job, you inaugurate that person. And that word inaugurate means begin to introduce or mark the beginning or the first public use of. So inaugurate means to introduce, to begin to introduce. Begin to introduce what? Or mark the beginning of what? What are you introducing to your child?
I have another meaning.
What you got?
It says train, teach a person or animal a particular skill or type of behavior through practice and instruction over a period of time.
So what behavior are you teaching them? What behavior? Because football is a behavior. Preaching in the church is a behavior. Learning how to master and own a business is a behavior. So what behavior are you teaching them? Is that the way that they should go? Playing football? Being married? Preaching the gospel in the church or on the street corner? Is that the behavior? No. Because you got to begin to introduce who, what, when, where, and why. And sometimes what? How. So what are you inaugurating to your child? You're inaugurating or begin to introduce to your child you. You're introducing your child to you. This is the reason why learning your lineage is important.
But then it seems like we as some copper colored people are the ones that are trying to still figure out who we are. Because just take, for instance, if you had to look at all the different groups of people like Chinese, Japanese, Asian, Caucasian, Irish, or whatever, even when we used to go to a lot of Chinese restaurants, I used to be so amazed at the time when I was still growing and learning different things that they would have their 4 or 5-year-old child right there watching what they're doing, and then when they was old enough, working the cash register, taking the money, doing this, because they were grooming their children to take over that family business because that's what was taught to them, and they believe so wholeheartedly, especially the Chinese or whatever, and whatever that God is that they believe in, but they take that thing seriously. But we don't take who we are seriously because we don't really acknowledge who we really are, and that's Aboriginal to this land. So how do you
go ahead.
change that? How can we now, as our children and grandchildren are getting older, how do we kind of, make that thing right? If you understand what I'm saying.
Well, let me say it like this about the Asian folks when they children be in the restaurants taking the money and etc. Because I saw that as I was coming up. The question now becomes: was it really about a business, or did that child understand his or her parents?
That's a good question.
See, because we, as melanated people, do not like to talk about our past. We do not like to talk about the things that, the roads that we have come through. We don't. We like to skip past that. And a lot of people, when it comes to our community, suffers from that. Because the children don't know nothing too much about the parents. Because the parents have never introduced themselves to their children. The children just simply know that that's my mom and that's my father. But they don't know nothing about the parents. So the parents begin to teach the child what they think they should know, what they want them to do, how they want them to do it. But the parent never got into their mind that that child is an extension of them. Let me say that again. A lot of parents do not or ignore that the child is an extension of them. That's an emergency. That is an emergency. Because the child grows up not knowing nor understanding him or herself is because the parents never taught the child about them. So they don't know nothing about themselves because the parents kept that thing hidden from them. So you begin to introduce to your children you. You begin to introduce them to you. Male, father, female, mother. This is the way that they should go. Meaning, this is a warning, not a promise to the parent from the parents or to the parents. This verse is a warning that they allow their children to have their own way. Will not depart from that foolishness when they are older. What foolishness they're talking about? See, when the parents allow a child to have its way, that child will depart from them. Because the child haven't yet learned itself yet, anyhow. I want y'all to pay attention to this point, this part, what I'm talking about right now. That child departs from the parent because the parent never told the child about his or her energy. Now you say, well, hold on. We got people that have these big families. They come and have these big old reunions. They ain't depart. Yes, they have. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you something in a minute. Yes, they have. They may be all glued up and booed up and whatever, and they may come together for a big old family reunion, but I'm going to show you something real fast. Because you're supposed to introduce your children to your ways to allow them to know and understand you. You're never supposed to be a secret to your child. This is what confuses the child because the child is an extension of you. The child is an extension of you. The child is an extension of both parents. And when you introduce your ways to your children and allow them to know and understand you, why? Why is this important? Because when they understand you, they will begin to what? Understand themselves. Because they will realize that they will realize that they are an extension of you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just kind of just thinking back, to my childhood and certain things that, a lot of times, and even what I'm sure in a lot of families is that as we're growing, we're told don't do this or don't do that. And they will say it, but a lot of times they won't go in details of why. Because a lot of times if you're young and you're curious and you don't know, you'll be like, well, don't touch that. You'll be like, why? Because I said so. Then you're like, okay. But then now as we're getting older, it's like, what if the parents, or what if that older person just took the time to just explain it a little more and not just say because I told you so. Or sometimes they say, well, I told you so, you don't need to know that. When you get older, you'll understand it more. Just different things like that. And if you're so vague, then that leaves so much open to different type of interpretations instead of really just saying point A, point B, point C. You know what I'm saying? And just be done with it like that.
Right.
Do you think that's why a lot of our children are the way they are, just besides of the genetic makeup, but because they may not really understand this, that, and the other, and then they put their own spin or their own interpretation on, okay, well, this is what I think and this is what I feel. And they just go from there.
Okay, well, that could be a possibility. But we have to realize that if we don't teach our children anything of ourselves and the makeup of us, what made us, then that child will never understand itself. Because they will never realize that they are an extension of you. They just realize you're their parents. And I remember the old saying, I brought you in this world, I could take you out of this world. But is it the point of that? Or is it that the child is trying to figure itself out? Because they realize that they are an extension of you. They realize that. But because we don't teach our children about us, they begin to think that they are what? Separate from you. They begin to, they as they grow, they're going to begin to think separate from you. They're not going to begin to start to become you. But remember, they are the extension of you. And the habits and the patterns of you is in them, but they're thinking separate from you. Think about that now. Think about that. So when they begin to think that they are separate from you, that's why you see children go off into different directions. And they say, well, I'm trying to find myself. Well, why are you trying to find yourself? It's just like when you can't get the reception energy in one room, you will take an extension cord and try to extend it into another room to get the what? Electricity. And that's what the child is. The child is the extension of you. And if it's not pulling energy from you, it's going to pull energy where? From someplace else. And that's where we get in training the child into a religion, education, sports, the streets, etc. That's where they start pulling energy from. They begin to connect themselves to these different points and platforms. But you'll never see them connect and pull power from their parents because they're not connected to their parents. Because the parents haven't yet told them about themselves. What did your child learn from you? About you? Or even with you? What did they learn? If the child is not learning you, then what is your child learning? Remember, train the child. They are your extension. Train the child. What are you going to begin to give to that child? Sports, religion, education. But they are an extension of you. That's your lineage. They are piping from them you. And so the first thing we're saying is, well, that person she got to go out there and learn things on her own. He got to go out there and learn. Really? If that child is not learning from you, then what are your children learning? What are they learning? And who is warning your children about the energy of themselves? Who? Who? Those are baby kids. Child, that nigga's a knucklehead. Who taught her how to do that? This is what we all say. We say much more crazy things out of our mouths. Who's warning your children about their energy? Religion ain't gonna do it. Sports ain't gonna do it. Sports gonna captivate the things where they can make $1. Religion gonna make you feel like you gonna go into church and run around and holler. Then you go through education and they're gonna make you feel like you're a scholar. Huh? Then you go out there and have all these babies, and now you feel like you're a father. But when you turn it all the way back round, they don't know nothing about themselves. They feel strange. They feel like they've been left out. And that's why your child feel like they're lost, out of place, or even will try to find themselves they will even try to fit into things that they know is out of place. You know why? Because they haven't learned who they belong to, who they are extension. They just know that's my mom, that's my dad. That's all they know. But they don't realize that they are the extension of their parents. But when a child understands him or herself, then it makes the parents happy. Because see, when they get older, they're not going to move from that rim. They're not going to move from that rim. They're not. They're not going to depart from that because they realize the energy of themselves. And they have to now be the what? The filter, especially if the energy they come from was wicked. Now they could begin to be the filters of the energy that they come from. Because remember, everything is energy. When you die, you don't go no way. You just transfer. But if a child doesn't know itself, then how would a child know that they are the filters of that energy lineage? How would it know? Because they done ran to sports, religion. They done ran to businesses, occupations. They done ran to being a wife and a husband, not knowing the very nature of themselves. They don't even know that the person who they are messing with or getting involved with, energy is different from theirs. They don't even know that. They don't even know that. Proverbs 15 and 20. Let's go there. And then we're going to jump to Proverbs 17 and 25. And then we're going to jump over to Proverbs 28 and 7. And then we're going to go to the book of Sirach. That's Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Excuse me, but let's get these three scriptures real quick. Proverbs 15 and 20. See, because when I talk about being what we call gay or LGBT lifestyle, I'm gonna bring different platforms today. Where they come from? How did he or she become this or that? So the first thing we have to talk about is energy. Because if the parents ain't talking about the energy of themselves to the child, then the child will begin to now extend into other areas within this matter. Okay? So let's go there real quick. Proverbs 15 and 20, what it says.
It says, a wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish man despiseth his mother.
Let me drink something on that. Let me drink something on that one. Read that again, sis.
Proverbs 15 and 20. A wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish man despiseth his mother.
You can you break that down, sis? Can you break that down? Do you understand that? A wise son brings joy to his father. How? How do a wise son brings joy to his father?
By what? Following in his footsteps or carrying on the lineage.
But how do he do that if he don't know himself?
That's why he's supposed to sit at his father's feet so he can learn.
But that's why it says a wise son. That means that son was taught about himself. And as he got older, he began to mimic the steps of his father because the son realized that he is the extension of him. He's the extension of his father. And when the father realized, when he told the son the very nature of himself, And the son realized and understood the very nature of his father, and he realized that he's the extension of I'm the extension of my father. And I see that my father wasn't perfect. He made mistakes, blah, 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 blah. But I'm here to be the filter for those mistakes. That's what makes his father happy. See, that's when it says when he gets older, he will not depart from it, because he's not departing from the foundation into what he extended from. But see, a lot of us, we believe that we have to go out and start our own. I got to get my own life. And that's why the next line says, but a foolish man despises his mother. Because why? He despised his father and mother. And that same thing is vice versa, flip on the daughter as well. So then when they get out and go do their own thing, what happens? They start their own family. Then tell me what happens. That's why a lot of people grows up feeling neglected. A lot of people grows up feeling lost, out of place, don't fit in, because they was never taught about themselves. A wise son, a wise, what the word wise mean? W-I-S-E. A wise son. What that word wise mean? W-I-S-E. Wise. Go ahead.
Having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment.
See, good judgment, experience, knowledge. See? How did you get the experience? By going through things on your own? Proverbs 20:26. Train a child. The son get experience through the father and the mother, by learning who they are, by learning what they went through, how they came out. That's a wise son, because when he realized that what it took for them to be who they are and then still extend him or her here, he will begin to build and bridge what the parents couldn't do, and become that filter to filter out the things that caused them to be in that position. That's a wise son. That's why it says when they get older, they will not depart. A lot of us will run away from our family. We'll run away from the house. And that's why it says also, it says, but a foolish man despises his mother. You know what it means to despise a mother? A foolish man goes outside of the pattern of the mother. I'm not trying to gain a woman like her. That's a foolish man. We're going to talk about the energy in a minute. That's a foolish man. Because all this is a pattern. And the question is, Where is this pattern coming from? Let's go to the next verse, Proverbs 17:25. Where is he becoming foolish? What made this man foolish to his own mother? Proverbs 17:25.
A foolish son is a grief to his father, and bitterness to her that bear him.
See? It's talking about, now when it says son, it literally says son, but just think of the daughter as well. Okay? It's talking both. So a foolish son brings grief to the father, to his father. Because the father seeing that the son is doing things reckless. The father seeing this, that the son is doing things reckless. She brings grief. And you got to ask yourself, well, where the hell this stuff coming from? Where is this coming from? And bitterness to the mother who bore him or bared him or birthed him. He makes the mother bitter. She makes the mother bitter. Why? Because the mother sees that the extension of her has been unplugged. Remember, everything is energy. Everything is energy. Proverbs 28:7. Everything is energy.
It says, whoso keepeth the law is a wise son, but he that is a companion of riotous men shameth his father.
So it says, a discerning son heeds instructions, whosoever keepeth the law. A discerning son heeds instructions, but a companion of gluttons disgrace his father. So in order to have instructions,
Discerning means having or showing good judgment.
right? And you got to actually, but it says a discerning son heeds instructions. So when you see your children not heeding your instructions, you have to ask yourself why. Why they don't have good judgment? Where's this negative judgment coming from? Where? But a companion of gluttons disgrace his father. When you are gluttonous in something, that makes you what? You're overdoing it. you're overdoing it. Why does it disgrace the father? Because you got to remember that child is the extension of both parents. It only showing inside of that child the energy of the parents. I know a lot of us, we don't like to talk about this. The truth is truth. That's why the Creator told Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in your mother's what? Womb. I called you. So we have to realize what's really taking place. Let's go to Sirach, the 30th chapter, or let's go to the book of Sirach in the Apocrypha, the 30th chapter.
Starting at verse 1.
We're going to start at verse 3.
He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him.
So what that mean? Anyone who gives anyone who gives good guidance to his son can not only take pride in him among his friends. That's verse 3. If a son is disciplined, he will be of some use, and his father can what? Boast of him to his friends. That's verse 2. See? He will be good of some use. What is that some use? Because he has an obligation not just to the parents, but of himself. It's the same thing as the daughter. And anyone, verse 3, anyone who gives good guidance to his son, meaning the both daughter, son and daughter, can not only take pride in him among his friends, but he can make his enemies jealous. Why? It's because that child is not going to walk off into a state of not knowing itself or a state of separation or loneliness. That child is going to be fulfilled within itself. That's why they used to say, boy, that's my boy right there. That's my boy. That's my boy. And then say, boy, you act just like your daddy. Because he was taught the principles of himself. He understood the vibration and energy of where he came from. He realized he was the extension of his parents. An extension cord means it extends far out, but it doesn't disconnect. And if an extension cord disconnects from the parents, that means it has no more power. What verse 4 says. Verse 4, I got it. While the father is alive, the sight of his son makes him happy. And when he dies, he has no regrets. Huh? He has no regrets when he dies. We have to really pay attention to the lineage of you. A lot of people have died in regrets because they haven't taught about themselves. They bring children in, and it makes the children feel separate from them. Or we'll connect the children to us in a wrongful way. So the child comes not knowing what its purpose is and never fulfill the purpose of itself because it was never taught about the energy of where it came from. He is not really dead because his son is what? Like him. Boy, you remind me of your daddy. Yeah. Child, I know your people. You come from some, your people are such. Because it's the energy. It's the frequency in how that child was made, and it's the frequency in how that child was taught more about itself. The child never ran away from itself. It just began to become knowledgeable of itself. So now that child can now fulfill the purpose, not just of himself or herself. It can now become an olive branch or a filter for those that were before him or her. Verse 6, it says, he has left someone to take vengeance on his enemies and to return the what? Favors he owed his friends. See how far the children go? They don't go far from the power that they came from.
That's an extension.
That's the extension. Even while the parents are dead, the child extends its power through the grave. The child is still connected to the parents, even when we say they're dead. But most of us, when a parent died, we just put them in the ground and say, oh, fuck it. Huh? That's what we say. Ah, fuck it. Because we don't care, because we are not connected. We are not extended. We felt separate. That's the reason why things happening in the community now, because the children is not connected to the parents. They're not connected. And that's why we don't realize it's an emergency. Because the children think that they are separate, they're supposed to do their own thing. Do you? And that's why when somebody died, we just come together to see the person's body for the last time. There's no vengeance for that person. Whatever that person owed the friends, or how that person was respectful to the friends, that was him. That was her. They going in the ground now. So hell, I'm going on with my life now. Because the child always felt separate, disconnected. It never knew anything about itself. What verse 7 says?
Verse 7 says, he that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his bowels will be troubled at every cry.
So listen to that. But anyone who spoils his son will have to bandage his wound. That's what she just read. Anyone who spoils his son will have to bandage his wounds. See? Because that son gonna mess up. The son gonna act up. The son gonna get into a whole bunch of foolishness. His heart will stop every time he hears a shout because he's not going to be a full man. He's not going to be a full man. He's not going to be able to extend from his father. He's not going to be able to. Because he don't know anything, because he felt separate of himself. Verse 8 says what?
And horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child left to himself will be willful.
See? An untamed horse is going to be stubborn, and an undisciplined son is no different. See, a lot of our children don't know where the hell they come from. They don't even realize that they are the extension of both parents. So they become headstrong for the things that they think is right when they get older. Well, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is why I'm going to do it. I'm here because I got to get my grind on, my shine on. Why it's my time on. See? And then all you do is pass that same thing on to your children when you have them. And it becomes a cycle. See, when your children is not disciplined within themselves, they become like an untamed horse, just wild. They're wild. Verse 9 says what? We read to verse 11, but verse 9 says what?
Conquer that child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness.
See, if you pamper your child will play with you. They're not going to take you serious. Because they don't know nothing about themselves anyhow. They're not being taught. They feel separate from you. They don't even know that. They don't even realize that they are the extension of you. They are the extension cord. You was part of an extension cord at one time. Still is. And it's the extension cord unplugged or still plugged. Play with them and they would disappoint you. You would be a disappointment and a source of grief, meaning they're going to make you upset, cry, mad. They're going to put you with anxiety. Go ahead.
So they're going to shame you.
Yeah, they're going to bring shame to you. What the next verse says, verse 10.
Verse 10. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, and lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end.
What she just said was laugh with him now. And one day you will have to what? Cry over him. See, I'd rather for them to be my friend than me to really teach them the truth of me. Grinding your teeth in regrets because you're angry and mad now. You're angry and you're mad. Because they don't feel connected to you. They don't understand or realize that they are the extension of you. Because we wanted to be friends. What the next verse says, verse 11.
Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies.
See? While a child is coming up, you don't give them, oh, well, I'm going to give them space to be able to go and do what they want to do. No, you don't do that. You give them responsibilities as they're growing. Responsibilities that deals with who? You. You don't give your child responsibilities that deal with everybody else outside of you. See? Don't give him freedom. Don't give him freedom while he is young, and don't overlook what he does wrong. Don't overlook when your child does something wrong, because they're supposed to be the filter for you. And if you are doing these things now, overlooking the things that they're doing wrong now, how will they be a filter for your bloodline, your energy when they get older? How are they going to do it? Tell me how they're going to do it. How are they going to do it?
Proverbs 13 and 24.
What it says?
It says, he that spares the rod hates his son, but the one who loves his child is diligent in disciplining him. That's the NIV. But pretty much you spare the rod, spoil the.
I'm listening.
Oh no, I was just giving that verse to what you was just saying. So if you don't chastise them when they're doing something wrong as they're growing up, then they're gonna continue to think it's right. And then when they get of age, then you're gonna try to discipline them, and it's just gonna be in one ear out the other. So you have to get them while they're young and they're learning.
That's right. That's right. You got to get them while they're young. You got to teach them while they are young. Because a lot of us, we wait till they get old. We should wait till they get old. That's what we do. We wait till they get old. And so now the child is messed up. The child is messed up. Now, let's get into something. Let's go a little further. Any questions before I move to the next point? Any questions? Any questions before I move to the next point? There were some more people that were supposed to have came up on the panel, but like I said, I'm keeping moving. Everybody do what they do. Because it don't take a bunch of people for truth. It don't take a bunch of people to push truth. And to be able to have a good Shabbat. We're going to keep it moving. And we're going to keep doing our thing. That's why you have to be able to move this thing, walk this thing, and live this thing by yourself. Because a lot of people say a lot of things out of their mouth, but they'll never be able to stand on it because they already know what it is. So let's keep it moving. So now you have a child and you wonder where this thing come from. You wonder where a lot of these things come from. Where did the attitude come from? Where do the disconnect come from? Well, we already showed you where the disconnect comes from. It comes from you not teaching, and you're not living. You're not giving them the very nature of you. They learn about you separate. Not you being what you call it? Not you being open about yourself. They don't see the openness about you. And that's why when we see our children, they are repeating the energy of you and who you connected with. Now, let's go a little further. Because, see, we have to understand the lineage of this thing. Your child is the very extension from you, of you. And they're repeating the patterns that was in you. Male, father, female, mother. And mother and father, you were at one time and still is the extension that was before you. Your extension cord supposed to extend in the grave, even when someone dies. We just read that in the scripture. You're not loose to go and do your own thing. You're supposed to be the representation because that's where you come from. But let's move a little further and let's go a little deeper. Women, do you know that you metamorphose when you having sex? You say, well, what this got to do with homosexuality? We're going to get there. Women metamorphose into every man she gave herself to. What the word metamorphose mean? Metamorphose, what that word means. It means to what? Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Metamorphose means to, excuse me. They got in my eye.
I'm trying to look it up, but it's the way I'm spelling it's not coming up right.
It means the process of transformation from an what? Immature form to an adult form in two or more distinct stages. That's what metamorphosis means. Means you're moving from one stage to another. So that means what? Every time a female have sex, she morphs into that man. That's what she does. She morphs into that man. So imagine if she gave herself to what? 5, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 men or guys. What kind of energy that is now inside of that female? What energy is now inside that female? Let's grab a video real quick. Fair use under the 1976 Act. This is not my material. This material is only for teaching purposes and education purposes only. So I don't take charge for none of this material. It does not belong to me. So fair use. Let's go. A lot of people don't like these subjects. But we are talking about lineage because Ghostface Killer's son is gay. What the world? I didn't want this one. Hold on. I thought I had got rid of that. Ghostface Killer's son is gay. And I'm not speaking down on the brother for his sexual preference. No. Give me 1 second. Let me find the video again. All right, I got to do it like this then because they want to delete what I did. Since you got anything you want to add to the conversation real quick while I'm finding it?
Oh, sure. Just thinking about, what we've talked about thus far about, like training our child and our children, continuing to follow our lineage and being an extension of who we are. So it just got me to thinking about, as we go into talking about the LGBTQ, it's like, was there something within that bloodline to kind of cause this? Because I'm still trying to wrap my head around how they're trying to define this and how they're giving so much praise to these young children who are barely able to read and write and really think in an intelligent way to say that they can determine them being transgender. It's like make it make sense about all these different things and how they're encouraging this. It's just sad. It's
Right.
sad. And it's like, with all this going on, because I remember back in the day, you wouldn't dare. I remember as I was getting ready for work, and I think it was on CBS, and they were talking about how, like back in the day when you were in the military, if you were to even come out, like don't ask no tell, if you was even come out, how you would get kicked out because they didn't tolerate that. So now you had a lot of those who were in the military who got kicked out or even was sent to court martial because of that, are now trying to get some kind of reparation for how they say discriminated against.
Right.
So it's just like all of this is it's like, but you can go back and you can get a lawsuit for them being discriminated against, but what about our ancestors, the ones that was in slavery, or the ones that, what about that? There's no reparation for our people.
Right.
It's just a lot to think about.
Okay. The video that I'm about to pull up, it says is give me 1 second. Let me pull it back up because I think I pulled it off. Women retain the DNA of every man they have slept with. Women retain the DNA of every man they have slept with. That is the video. And I'm about to pull it up right now. We're not going to watch the whole video. This is fair use, fair use. So you have to, and this is the next point that we're going to touch. All right, let me get in here and share screen. We're not going to, like I said, we're not going to watch the whole video. Because this is part of what we're talking about. That's why I say as we move further into the hold on. Hello. As we move further into the lesson, you're going to see exactly why I'm bringing all this stuff out. So, let's go. Fair use, fair use. So let's go.
You sent me this article that I think should have been taught a long time ago in sex education, in Sunday school, in like all over the place for young girls. Why don't you introduce it?
Well, it would have changed your whole life.
Absolutely. Would have changed many girls' lives, yes.
So a friend of mine sent me a link to an article that's titled Women Absorb and Retain DNA from Every Man They Have Sex With.
Now, I want you to pay attention. You can go and pull this article up yourself. He's just going to talk about it. He's going to elaborate on it. We're going to get into about like 7 minutes of this video, but you can go and pull this article up yourself. This is actual scientific evidence. Let's go.
Scary, right?
Uh-oh.
Right, you're convinced, well, you're not a woman, but I think most of us are going, uh-oh, right? Because you're convinced that's why I keep tearing up the house, right? Now I'm pretty sure that I have never dated a Navy SEAL. I certainly haven't been married to one. So it doesn't explain like why I love fighting and all this stuff. Well, at least I don't think so. But yeah, it's really an interesting concept. My ex-husband was a contractor, so he's convinced this is why I keep tearing up our house, right? But explain what this article shows.
All right. We're gonna get the commercial up out of here. Let me pause it real quick. No, let's do this. All right, let's go. Let's go.
This is actually a publication outside, which is why it really blows my mind. I mean, the first time I read this, that whoever you have sex with, for women, you actually begin to incorporate the DNA of the man into your body. So it's very important to be thoughtful. I mean, you should be anyways, of who you have sex with. You should be thoughtful.
For many
and now
reasons.
this is saying, wow, if I have sex with someone who's abusive, with someone who's erratic, with that it may actually have an impact
Right.
on the females, because, and it's different than males because females get
Right.
a guy's and they're retain their
right.
So women are not giving their DNA, if you will, to men, but men are giving their genetic material to women.
So let's look at that just real quick. The female is not giving anything to the male, but the male is giving everything to the female. So like I say, imagine if she was with 5, 10, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, all the way to 1,000 men. Look how much genetic material she has obtained within herself. Okay. I know like this is a touchy subject, but it's the truth. Let's roll.
It's really interesting when you think of this idea that the two shall become one, or the 5 shall become one, right? So it's really kind of a scary concept, right? In Mamma Mia, the movie, right?
Movie, Mamma Mia. She said, no, I don't think it was 100.
Right. So let's hope it's not 100. But in sex education, when they teach this idea that you're sleeping, when you sleep with someone, you're sleeping with everyone they've slept with, what they're referring to is STDs, right? But it really has a far more reaching impact than that. So I just think this is so interesting. I think if young girls really understood this, you know, because modern society has thrown these values out the window because they think of them as old-fashioned values.
See, and that's where we go wrong at when we think. See, and that's where a lot of the young people talking about. See, you. This is 2023. Is it really? Is it that we supposed to take what we are doing and what was the vision and the will of the creator and we just throw it out the window? That's how that work now? Let's keep going. We, like I said, we're gonna watch 7 minutes of it and we're going to be finished. We got like about less than 4 minutes left. Let's go.
And it's like, I get to think like a guy. I get to do whatever men do, right? And it's become sort of just old-fashioned thinking as opposed to scientifically and even morally and even like why you should protect your body.
See, a lot of females don't understand that they were supposed to protect their body. Now, here's the problem. A lot of females are not being taught correctly on how to protect their bodies. Why are they supposed to protect their bodies? Who they supposed to be protecting their bodies from? They're not being taught this. Let's go.
Against, you know, I mean, it's a scientific reason that supports all of the things we've been taught growing up for many years. And I think typically, and like why you should protect your body against, you know, I mean, it's a scientific reason that supports all of the things we've been taught growing up for many years. And I think if we really approached it from not just the morals, right, not just the values, but we added the science to it, I think women would think about this completely differently.
And they will, because you're adding in stats. You're adding in truth, not religion, not no agenda, not this or that. You are literally giving them the truth of themselves. That's why I told you a child grows up separate, disconnected, lost, trying to fit in. It's because they're not being taught that they are the extension of you. Who's the parent? Especially the females. So they don't know how to protect their body and why to protect their bodies.
Just the morals, right? Not just the values, but we added the science to it. I think women would think about this completely differently.
Well, I sent it to a number of my friends who are females, and they're like, "Whoa, I have to share this with my sister."
Right.
And
It got shared a lot.
it got shared a lot. But if you think about it, whoever you allow in your body, you are getting their energy. Right. And so
See, notice what he said. Whoever you allow in your body, females, you are getting their energy. Let's hear that again. Notice he didn't say this or that. He said energy, because we are talking about you being an energy being. So they are connecting their energy to your energy. Let's hear him again.
This with my sister.
Right. It got shared a lot.
it got shared a lot. But if you think about it, whoever you allow in your body, you are getting their energy. Right. And so energy psychology has been around for
right, even Native American Indians
for centuries,
right,
longer probably. And it just who you hang out with really does matter.
Right.
Who you become intimate with really does matter. And they actually found there's a term for it, micro chimerism, which are particles of DNA that they found in the women's.
Do you love getting high, but...
Let's get the commercial up out of here. Give me a second. All right. I got another one. Okay, let's get back in.
It wasn't in their body, it was in the micro chimerism, which are particles of DNA that they found in the women's brains. So it just wasn't in their body, it was in the inner sanctum, if you will, into the part of you that makes you who you really are, which is
so I wonder.
So did you hear what he say? The energy of that DNA of that man went to the part of the female that makes the female who she really is. So now that energy is intertwined with her energy. And like I say, keep in mind, what if she been with 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to 1,000 men? Do you know what type of energy that is harbored inside of you? Let's keep going.
So I wonder if some women are more susceptible to like taking in more of this DNA, or if it has to do strictly with numbers. I know you've often said to me, the only time you scare me is when you act like a girl, right?
Well, it's because you didn't when we first dated.
Well, part of that's hormonal,
I mean,
right?
you wanted to go to Laker games with me. And,
so, yeah, so some of it's hormonal. But at the same time, I wonder if some women, for whatever reason, tend to be more susceptible to it, or...
Well, I mean, part of it could be the blood-brain barrier.
Right.
And
interesting.
how leaky your
so how
blood-brain
you
barrier are, and that goes with health. What kind of
look up blood-brain barrier, blood-brain barrier. Look that up. Let's go.
medications you're taking, the level of stress that you're under, the amount of alcohol.
So it really is that whole 4-circle approach to understanding this, the biological reasons that this might be happening, what's going on in your body, the psychology, the sociology. I mean, all of this probably plays into it to some degree, correct? I mean, why some people might be more susceptible than others. So it's more complicated than just what's on the surface. And there's only one study.
No, it's a replication of another
okay,
study. And this one was done at the University of Seattle and the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. And the researchers were initially trying to determine if women who had boys were more susceptible to neurological diseases that males typically get. Or not, compared to women who didn't have children or women who just had girls.
And it left a big gap.
It left this big question.
Right.
Was, do you really retain the energy of the people you spend time with intimately? And the answer seems to be yes. I don't think that's a huge surprise. But to actually get their DNA in your body and you retain it, it just should make you think twice.
Right.
So imagine, I don't know what I did. So imagine if you retaining this DNA inside of your body that comes from other men. You're retaining it. That means you can't get rid of it. It's there. Now you understand why society wants our women to be promiscuous, whorish. They want the women to compete with the man, saying, I could be with anybody I choose to want to be with. We're going to stop the video right here. You can pick this video up. You could go and watch this video on your own.
I looked up what the blood-brain barrier is if you want me to share it. It says the blood-brain barrier is a protective shield around the brain that separates it from the rest of our body. It says think of it like a door.
Hold on for a minute. I don't know what this thing right here is doing. What the heck this thing is doing? Hold on. The heck? Hold on. Go ahead, sis. I'm listening.
Oh, no. It says the blood-brain barrier is a protective shield around the brain that separates it from the rest of our body. Think of it like a door. While the barrier lets water and oxygen pass into the brain, it keeps bacteria, viruses, and drugs out to help keep the brain safe. So that's what that's what it does, and that's what it is.
And you say it does what now?
It's a protective shield around the brain that separates it from the rest of the body, and it keeps it only lets in water and oxygen into the brain, but it keeps out bacteria, viruses, and drugs. So I guess anything that's going to try to harm it, it keeps it out.
Okay. So imagine that being infiltrated by others' DNA.
Then it begin to deteriorate it and break it down.
It begins to deteriorate and breaks it down. See, that's why a lot of females, what is females' kryptonite is accountability. They don't want to take a lot of females do not want to take accountability for the things that they have done. That's the female's kryptonite, accountability. So imagine if a female gave herself over to 5, 10, 15, 20,000, 100,000, million men. Because a woman, she don't realize she is the womb. She retains. The man has a penis. He gives. He don't retain anything. He gives out. That's why his penis pushes out, and a woman retains it through her vagina. And even if her body pushes it out, it doesn't push everything out. It retains a portion of what was put in her. That's the reason why a female has to be careful at who she allows inside of her body. because she's allowing energy there. And that energy, it doesn't make a difference how you feel about the guy. The guy could be fine. He can have a lot of money, blah, 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 blah. He's putting his energy in you. And right now that energy might be, excuse me, it could be something that you want right now. But later on, it could be something that you don't need. Because it's not going into the pattern of how you are moving now. So now you have unwanted energy. Remember what we was talking about at the beginning. Everybody's energy is not the same. It doesn't make a difference if you come from the same parents. Your energy and your sibling energy is not the same. Y'all on two different frequencies. So imagine if you as a male or female go out and meet somebody outside of your parents. Those energies are different. So you're bringing energies together. The females, you are accepting that energy. And men, you are giving that energy. Remember, Goldface Killer's son, he's gay. And he's reaching out to his father. That's what he's doing. He's reaching out to his father. So let's go through a couple of scriptures real quick. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and 29. See, the female don't supposed to have all these men. And when you hear these females talking about this and that, they are, see, a female is a retainer. She's a retainer cup. But see, a lot of females, they want to compete with the man, saying I could be with how many men I want. No, well, you could if you want to, but that's not how you was designed. So now you are mixing in energy with your energy. And then when this man pull out of you, he's leaving a deposit in you, a piece of his energy. Leviticus 19:30, what it says? No, Leviticus 19:29, it says what?
Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness.
Now look what it says. Do not disgrace your daughters by making them temple prostitutes. Don't prostitute them. You know what it means to prostitute your daughter? She live in your house. And your daughter, you know your daughter sneaky. You know she's sneaky. Huh? You know she's sneaky. You know she got a boyfriend. She got all these other things, but you know she's sneaky. She got a boyfriend. and now all of a sudden, she come out and you see her wearing clothes that is unfitting. All up on her thighs, showing the roundness of her trunk, you know, showing the curve in her cleavage, showing the extra secret part of her in the front. And she just walking like it ain't nothing. That's a form of prostitution. Because there's nothing secret about you no more. People can just visualize it. They can just look at you and now you're giving them a taste at what it is. What is another form of prostitution? We allow our children, especially our girls, to just hang out. Talk to little boys that they know is volcano ready to birth. Poof. See, we know they ready to bust. We know they ready to bust. And we let them hang up around that. Talk to that. They don't know nothing about themselves. We teach them a little sex education. We let it be sex education in schools. Cool. But then what? What happens after that? We don't supposed to allow our children to prostitute themselves, take gifts. Gifts leads to what? Feelings, sexual encounters, kissing. First on the chin, cheek, then all of a sudden it's on the lips. Then now you got your mouth open and your tongue there. Now you're grabbing. See, it leads to other things. And the prostitution comes in when the woman lies with that man, but that man never had feelings. Now he done opened up that sister. He left a deposit in that sister. Now he done going on to other sisters. Now, here's the point. Here's the point of where I'm going at. Now imagine that male who had sex with that female is toxic. Huh? What kind of energy did he leave in her? He's a thug. Because remember back then, back in the early rap, gotta have a nerf, gotta have a roughneck. Hey, yo, gotta have a roughneck. You remember that? I need a roundaway girl. You remember that? Hey, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. You remember that? Remember the song? I got a man. So, and the brother say, I ain't asked you that. And she kept saying, I got a man. He said, what your man got to do with me? Remember that? Are you down with OPP? Other people's property. Thou shalt not covet. You remember those songs? Doodle Brown, pum, 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 Doodle Brown. And you just sat there and just sat there and just roll with the song. Making the women promiscuous. Prostituting them. Dressed in all kind of ways so they can get attention. Huh? Tongues in the, got earrings in the tongues, the lip, the nose, the eyebrows. Got it on the navel. Some women even put the earring on their clit. Let's be real. This is an adult program. Tattooed up. Clothes tight. I don't see how you could fit in it. And then you attract unwanted attention. Then the Bible says, do not prostitute thy daughters. If you do, you will turn to other gods and the land will be full of immorality. Who do you think you're serving when you venture out into things like that? Because remember, you still are the extension to your parents. Where's this type of mindset coming from? Is it coming from mother or is it coming from father? Because you are the lineage. So now you sleep with one man. You done got his DNA. Now you sleep with another man. You got his DNA. Now you sleep with this other guy. You got his DNA. Things didn't work out with the fifth guy. So, but he dropped his DNA. Then you got to the eighth guy. It didn't stop. You collected all that DNA. You retained it like a library book. And now the land is full of whoredom. Why is it full of whoredom? Now women say, well, you picking on us. You no. Just walk with me. Because I'm gonna get the man. Because remember, nobody's frequency is the same. The frequency of the male is deposited into the frequency of the female. And both of them supposed to be intertwined. That's why the Bible says the two shall become one. Like she said in the video. But how can you be two females when you already slept with 10? How can you be two shall become one? How can you become one with him when you already retain 20? Let's go to the next one. Deuteronomy 23:17 and verse 18. Deuteronomy, the 23rd chapter, verse 17 and 18. I'm going to stop at 3:30 today, so we're going to go over a little bit. I'm not going to be able to finish a lot of this, but we're going to get through a lot of it. Deuteronomy 23:17 and 18. And this what the parents, the female, is supposed to be teaching her daughters. But a lot of females do not teach them this. Go ahead, I'm listening.
And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Creator, to keep his words of this law and these statutes, to do them.
You read Deuteronomy 23:17, 18?
Oh my goodness.
I'm about to say, I know I ain't on the commandments. I mean, I'm on the commandments, but not that commandment.
Oh, my page. I did it backwards. Sorry, y'all.
Not that one.
Oh, mercy. Okay, I got it. I already got it highlighted. Okay. There shall be no whore of the daughters. I already got it highlighted. Okay. There shall be no whore of the daughters.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Really? Okay, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Creator, for any vow, for even both these are an abomination unto the Creator.
Nah. So Israelites, we don't, a male or a female is to become a temple's prostitute. Do you know what a temple prostitute is? Where's the temple at? It's you. You are the temple. That's why it says in Leviticus 19:29, do not prostitute thy daughters, because the female is the temple. Now, I'm going to give you an analogy. When the female lays on her back, she begins to open and spreads her legs. The legs are the steps. The vagina is the doorway to the ovary, which is the temple king throne. The female has the throne inside of her body. Now, she's supposed to connect energy-wise to a male that will bring forth righteousness from her. He puts righteousness in her. She brings that righteousness from her that he placed in her. There shall not be temple prostitutes. Men, you know how we have men going around making babies just after babies? Because if you read the story of Ghostface Killer, that's not his first child or second child or third child. Ghostface Killer got many children. They become temple prostitutes. And it says also no money earned in this way may be brought into the house of the creator by of the creator. Your power in fulfilling of a vow. The creator hates temple prostitutes. When you make money doing this thing, it don't make a difference how successful you become. It doesn't make a difference how things turn out in your life. You could become the president. You could become the governor. It doesn't matter. You could be the top rapper like Ghostface Killer. It doesn't matter. It became a temple prostitute. Because the point is, what makes it a prostitution? How was this child produced? Where was this child produced? What mindset this child was produced in? And I'm going to say this, 90% of the children today back then were produced from whoredom. %90 of the children back then were produced from whoredom. Children back then were produced. Had to throw a bombshell in that. Let's go to Jeremiah 3:1. And the last verse, the last one, we're going to do Deuteronomy 13 and 14. I think that's right, because I think it looked like I got it wrong. But Deuteronomy 13 and 14. But Jeremiah 3:1, and then we're going to go to Deuteronomy 13, verse 14. Let me see if that's right.
Jeremiah 3:1.
No, we're going to scrap Deuteronomy 13. We're going to scrap Deuteronomy 13 and 14. I got to get that back right. But go ahead.
They say if a man put away his wife and she go from him and become another man's, shall he return unto her again? Shall not the land be greatly polluted? But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers, yet return again to me, saith the Creator.
Now, sis, could you explain that?
I don't know what they're talking about. Divorce? I don't know.
Is that divorce, Jeremiah 3:1?
I mean, I don't know.
It says the Creator says if a man divorces his wife and she leaves him and becomes another man's wife, he cannot take her back again. This would completely defile the land. But Israel, you have had many lovers, and now you want to return to me. So is that talking about literally a woman can't get married again? I know what the New Testament said, but we ain't talking about what Paul said. We talking about what Torah says, what the prophet said, because Paul was not a prophet. Let me read it again. If a man divorces his wife, if a man divorces his wife and leaves him and become another man's wife, but she got divorced. So why would it say and leaves him? What that mean? What it means to leave him? Because if they get a divorce, she's going to have to leave anyhow. So if you read it in context, it really makes no sense. But if you read it with understanding, it does. You mean to tell me, you mean to tell me when she gets a divorce from him or he divorces her, they going to stay in the same house? That's not what they're talking about. What is it talking about? Do you understand, sis?
I mean, I guess it's saying that if they get a divorce and he or she remarries, then if nothing goes right with that, then she can't come back or he can't come back. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I don't know. Can't come back. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, that's what you think. But that's a weird way. That's a weird way of thinking. Because look at it. Let's look at it again. If a man divorces his wife and she leaves him and becomes another man's wife, he divorced her. So why would she stay? It's talking about the energy of him. She go find another type of energy to be with. Do you understand that? She's just going out there now.
No, I'm not understanding.
Okay. When he divorced her, it's almost like she wanted to get the divorce. So the moment he divorced her, she goes out there quickly, fast, and go find somebody else to be with. She don't take time to figure out what caused the divorce. She ran quickly, fast, and in a hurry to go grab something else. She's not contemplating. She's not examining herself of why he divorced her. She was just ready to get the hell on. That's what creates whoredom.
Okay, but then if that was the situation, but what if there was more to it than that? What if it was? I mean, I don't. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but no, I said, what if it was more to it? What if that wife was in an abusive relationship? What if it was something that she tried to work out, or vice versa, but it just didn't? So
okay, but then still sit back and contemplate. Still sit back and contemplate. Still sit back and contemplate. You don't, because watch this. Notice what it says, and she leaves him. We already know she's going to leave if it was an abusive relationship. We're going into the what ifs. But we know she left according to scripture. She leaves him. If a male and a female gets divorced, she's going to automatically go. Why would she sit around in the house?
Okay.
So she's going to leave, but why? But what happened when she left? It says when she leaves and become another man's wife, she jumps into another marriage.
But it doesn't say how long.
What you mean, how long?
Okay, it says she becomes another man's wife.
Yes.
But it doesn't say if it was immediate or not. Am I missing?
But then why would look what it says now. And become another man's wife. And notice there's a comma. There's not a semicolon. There's a comma. He cannot take her back. Why he cannot take her back?
Because she's already been with somebody else?
Correct. And remember what I said at the beginning, a woman metamorphoses every time she has sex with a man. She metamorphoses into that male she's having sex with. So now she's taking on that new guy ways. And the reason why I said that he cannot take her back is because she developed ways from the new man. So now that first husband has to now, if he wants to take his wife back, he now has to what? Compete with that New man. Because why? The new man will deposit DNA in her. She's going to retain that. That's going to mess with her psyche. That's the reason why when a woman gets married, she's supposed to automatically be a virgin. Because a virgin takes on the husband. She metamorphoses into him. That's when the two become one. That's when they think the same. Their patterns become the same. She's supposed to be a virgin. She's supposed to be a virgin. So when she leaves and take on another man's way, so imagine if the husband, they start to get back close. He's going to have to now deal with that man that she's been with. That's science. This is the reason why a lot of modern women today think backwards. They don't know why they love a man. They don't know what they're looking for. They don't know why they're looking for that. A lot of women don't know what love really is. When you fall in love, you're going to fall out of it. You have to grow in something. That's why a tree don't grow in the ground. It grows, it grows, it don't grow. Like when you say I'm in love, I'm in love. If something is in something, it can come out. The tree grows from the ground, not in the ground. That's why it's hard to move a tree. You got to move that stump because it rooted itself into it. Anytime when a couple breaks, there's supposed to be a break there before they go and get married again. This is why a lot of modern women thinks backwards, because the reason why they're backwards is it's not a shot. It's not no pun intended, but it is the truth. It's because the reason why is because they retained it too much in them. And because she had been with so many toxic men, she became toxic herself. She became toxic herself. And the reason why it says he can't take her back is because now when she went with someone else, he can't pair bond with her no more. He can't pair bond with her no more. Because there's another energy there. They can't pair bond. But a lot of men see that she's fine, she's beautiful, she's cute, etc., etc., etc. And men will become attractive to her because of her beauty. And don't get me wrong, a lot of men, we look at a woman and we see how beautiful she is. Let's go to Proverbs 31 and 30. We see how beautiful she is. But not knowing on the inside, it's something totally different. Proverbs 31 and 30.
favor is deceitful and beauty is vain.
What that
But
mean? Go ahead. No, finish. I meant to cut you off.
a woman that fears the creator shall be praised.
What that mean?
I guess it means just that that when it says, okay, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman that fears the creator, she shall be praised. Just meaning that just because something looks good on the outside doesn't mean that it's actually good on the inside, because yeah, you may find somebody who's beautiful on the outside, but all that can change.
That's right, because charm is deceptive. Charm is deceptive and beauty disappears. That's right. Charm is deceptive, meaning that how a woman blink her eyes at you, the things she say to you, how she act towards you, that's deceptive. Because she could say all kind of things and look at you a certain way, and she could even have sex with you and not even love you. Don't even have no feelings for you, and then go jump out the bed with you and go jump in the bed with another man. Charm is deceptive. Beauty disappears. But the question is, but the woman who honors the creator should be what? Praised. That's the female who understands the energy that she has in her and teaches her children the energy of herself. That's the energy that should be praised. Because that's the energy that's looking to be delivered. And she's hoping that her children, remember what we read earlier already, that it's a son and a daughter, the ones that is wise, they would honor their father and they would not disappoint their mother. Remember, we read all that. And she will be hoping that her children will do what? Filter out the things that she did. And the father will realize that when he leaves, that the son is still going to extend. He going to still be the extension to him while he's laying in his grave. See, that's why I say it's not so much of the mistakes that we make. It's the mistakes that we make is when we have children and don't push the right teachings to the children. And then when that child grow up separate from you. That child grow up disconnected from you. And then go connect to everything else. And then we wonder, well, where did I go wrong at? Well, you went wrong when you never taught the child about the energy of you. We tries to keep everything away from the child, but then the child going to grow up and experience those things because that thing was in you. See, beauty is vain. Beauty disappears. And then when the man, the male connects to the female, he realized that the female on the inside is trash. And that's why most children are being born through whoredom. Not marriage, nor through love. Most children today, most children back then were born through whoredom. Why I say this, okay? I'm going to show you why. Look at your father. Tell me if your father was righteous was your father righteous when your mother had you? Was your father righteous? Did your mother choose a righteous man? Or did she just choose somebody that she got hot over? Did she choose a righteous man? Or did she choose somebody that was just really whispering in her ear? Huh? Look at the man. Is he righteous? Or is he wicked? This is why I say most of the men that the women be with are toxic. and they either retain the DNA of the toxic man or they have babies from toxic men. And that energy is discombobulated. When she when like then when a woman get with a man that she falls that she love, that toxicity is still there. So now more energy is being mixed up in the female. That's why the female's supposed to be careful at who they be with, who they allow inside of the temple. Is he righteous or is he wicked?
Okay, I got a question then.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what if a female is not a virgin, but became celibate after maybe an encounter or whatever the case may be, and they've been celibate for a while? Then what happens of that?
What is celibate?
Not having sex,
Okay,
not
so
being
you're
with
not
anybody.
okay. So you're not having sex, and you become celibate. That okay.
No,
So
well,
a person just stopped having sex. But
that
the question, go ahead.
that's celibate, right?
Oh, that's what we call it, right?
Right.
But the question now becomes, if a female stop having sex, is the things that she retained, are those things gone?
I mean, I guess it's some residue, but that's what I'm asking, because just what if
You
it,
can
if
never become a virgin again. A woman is only a virgin one time.
I get that, but if you're not having sex with somebody, so that means you're not encountering somebody else's DNA in you,
Right.
then
Right. Okay. That means nobody else. That means you stopped. You stopped retaining. You follow me? You still there?
yeah, I'm still here. Okay, so you said you start retaining.
Yeah, you're no longer retaining. You're no longer retaining from a male.
Okay, so but just what if you get into a new relationship and things change? Then what?
What you mean things change?
Okay. I'm just throwing out
No,
a
I'm trying to
scenario.
figure. I'm trying to figure out what do you mean?
And I'm
Because
trying to present it in the way I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to present it. Okay, I'm just saying, just for instance, what if just for instance, if you have a female who just said they were divorced, but they didn't immediately get in a relationship, and this was years and years and years before they either started dating or decided that they wanted to get married again. So if that time comes and they become intimate with this new person who's in their life now, then what happens over that span of time when they wasn't having sex with anybody? Is that DNA from that old relationship still somehow there or not? That's what I'm trying to ask.
those DNA those DNA stays in the female until she dies. She drags around that stuff until she dies. That DNA don't fall out. It don't go nowhere. It's there. That stuff is there until that female dies. That's the reason why in the New Testament, when Jesus Christ went to that female, he told her, the men that you were with were not your husband, not even the one you have. That's pretty much what that's talking about. No, those that DNA, because a woman retains things. It's not like once when she stopped and all of a sudden everything just cleans out. No. That stuff goes, that a woman, like I say, that DNA retains in you like a library book in the library. That's why the society was never honest with our females. They were never honest. They were never honest with the female. So when the female understand these things, then they will begin to teach the purpose of them and what the things that they've done, so that when they have an extension, that extension can now grow and become a filter for them. But if they never teach that child anything of themselves, that child cannot filter the lineage. Then the lineage will stay dirty. And that's why we supposed to teach our children the very nature of our energy. But we keep and hide things from them. Oh, they don't need to know everything about me. Why? Why they here then? Why did you have a child? Because all we doing is taking our children and feeding it to the beast. We feeding our children to the beast instead of what? Teaching our children about us as parents. So a lot of people will look at this as condemning. This is not condemning. Because now let's get into one more point. Because what we don't understand is, remember, Ghostface Killer's son is gay. And he reached out to his father, but his father never reached out to him. So he put it on social media, hoping that this catches his attention, and said he's a deadbeat dude. He don't reach out to his child. He haven't seen his father in 15 years. Ghostface he never learned the energy of himself. So now all of a sudden, his son reaches out to him. And you can't be ashamed of the brother, because that's your seed. Just like we can't be ashamed of our energy, because that's the things that we've done. But when we start to become ashamed of the things that we produce, or how we produced it, or the things that we've done, then you're going to have a hard life. Let's get into this video right here. It's called about what they said about gayness, being gay. This is fair use. This is not my material. This is for purposes and education purposes only. Anything that I show, you can go online and pull it up. And if you we'll only for boost.
In the 1950s.
Here we go. Fair use, fair use.
1950s and 60s, aversion therapy was used to cure homosexuality. Gay men were shown pictures of naked men and then given either electric shocks or medication that made them vomit. When they couldn't tolerate any more of this and it all got too much, they were then shown pictures of naked women, or they were sent out on a date with a young nurse.
So they're saying being gay back then was considered a mental disorder, and then they electric shock them. They show them men and electric shock them, and then show them naked pictures of women and blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going.
The idea being that if they had gay thoughts, they'd remember the vomiting and the electric shocks and turn straight.
So they're trying to push that mind back to what it's supposed to be. Because remember, The Bible says that the Creator created male and female. He created them and told them to be fruitful, multiply, replenish, and subdue the earth. He didn't make male and male and female and female. He didn't do that. He made male and female. Let's go.
Of course, that didn't work. In 1973, the APA, the American Psychological Association, asked psychiatrists to vote on whether they thought homosexuality was a mental disorder.
So they're taking it to the board now because they say that the thing that was happening to them, the methods that they were using was not working. So now they're getting ready to vote on it, rather if it's a mental disorder or not. Let's go.
Only 60% of them voted no, which means 40% of them voted yes. But nonetheless,
So it's almost a split, but the no's got it. You know, like they say, the majority have it. Let's go.
homosexuality was removed as a mental disorder.
So they removed it because they say 60% say no, it's not. But now remember, we're talking about the energy of people. We're talking about the energy of people. So they say homosexuality is not a mental disorder because they voted on it. Let's go.
But it was actually replaced with sexual orientation disturbance.
So now homosexual is replaced with a sexuality now. Okay? It's no longer the mental, it's now dealing with the sexual orientation. Okay? Pay attention. Let's go.
That was only removed in 1987. The ICD
Let's go.
The ICD organization in that was only removed in 1987. The ICD, which is the World Health Organization classification standard for mental disorders, only removed homosexuality in 1992. But even now, in the ICD-10, which is the current publication in use, it lists ego-dystonic sexual orientation as a disorder. And this is where the person wishes that they didn't have the sexual orientation that they have. I haven't read ICD-11 yet. I'm not sure whether that's still in there, but let's see. What do you think about this aversion therapy? Let me know in the comments. Shocking stuff, right?
So homosexuality was changed numerous of times until it got to sexual, and then it said it was dealing with the ego and the homosexual, the sexuality. Let's say that again.
Removed in 1987. The ICD, which is the World Health Organization classification standard for mental disorders, only removed homosexuality in 1992. But even now, in the ICD-10, which is the current publication in use,
ego is dealing with your ego. It's dealing with the ego and your sexual orientation. Okay? So if we're looking at being gay back then was a medical disorder, then why is it normal? Why is they looking at it to be normal now? Why? Are they meaning the government trying to get you to accept behavior that is abnormal, just like what they did with the females? Have them out there whoring themselves and have the men become toxic. So now all the toxic men sleep with the women and make her become toxic like them. And mix up her energy that is pure and make her toxic. And now she can't pair bond. Is that what this is about? Is that what this is about? Is that what this is about? I don't know why this thing doing this. Just give me a second. All right, I'm back. Is that what this is about? Is they trying to make you accept what is abnormal behavior? They started with the man being toxic. And now they pushing that same purpose over to the females for being toxic. And now they went from a definition to this definition to this definition until it became ego dealing with the sexuality. Is that what this whole thing coming down to? Because a woman having more than one man is not normal. A man going to sleep and having babies all across the place, that's not normal. I know what the scripture says when he said, be fruitful and multiply, but goes into that. Those are not normal behaviors. Us hiding our life away from our children, that's not normal behavior. That's not normal behavior. So was we taken from being normal to being now abnormal? Genesis 1:26 shows that the Creator created everything to be specific within itself. What does the Bible say about dwarfs and midgets? Let's go to Leviticus 21. We about done. Let's go to Leviticus 21. What do the Bible say about dwarfs and midgets? Let's go to Leviticus 21:17 through 21. Because everything can't be, if we cannot look at things to be normal when it's abnormal, or things that is abnormal to things that is normal. The Bible says that we're going to call good evil, evil good. We're going to flip this whole thing around. It's because we don't want to look at what things really supposed to be. We fled away from what it was. Leviticus 21, verse 17 through 21. I'm going to read it. It says, to tell Aaron, none of your descendants who has any physical defects may present the food offering to me. So anybody who has a physical defect cannot, we talk about a specific descendant line. If there's a defect there, they cannot present anything to the Creator. But we not been hearing in the church for all this time, come as you are. Really? See, your children's supposed to be the filter for you. But here we go. This applies for all times to come. This ain't just for during the time of Aaron. This come after Aaron as well. We talking about that specific lineage. Aaron's lineage. No man with any physical defect may make the offering. No one who is blind, lame, disfigured, or deformed. So anybody in that lineage that is messed up cannot do that. They cannot present that. Well, tell me who does that for them then? It's the ones that comes after them that's supposed to be the filter for that lineage. (19) No one with a crippled hand or foot. No one who is what? Humpback. You know that humpback for Notre Dame got a big old crip in his back. Or a dwarf, no one with any eye or skin disease. And no one who's an Enoch, meaning you clip your scrotum where you can't have babies no more. None of that cannot. Once when there's different deformities in you, you cannot present anything to the Creator. That's an abomination because now you become abnormal. Verse 21, it says, no descendant of Aaron, the priest who has any physical defects, may present the food offering to me. None, nobody who got defects. You cannot present anything to the Creator. It has to be done through some other channel. Let's go to Exodus 22:19.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death.
Whosoever lieth with a beast. So if I be with an animal, is that normal? No, according to scripture, that's abnormal. That's abnormal. See? Let's go to Leviticus 18:22. Leviticus 18:22.
Thou shalt not lie with mankind, as with womankind is an abomination.
So that's abnormal. If a man be with a man and a woman be with a woman, that's abnormal behavior. That's abnormal behavior. Let's go to Deuteronomy 22:5. That is abnormal behavior. So how do we get all these other points that, okay, how do we get these other pointers? That's abnormal. Deuteronomy 22:5. You got it, sis?
Yes. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are an abomination unto the Creator.
So a woman shall not wear what pertains to a man. I understand what that means by warfare and blah, 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 blah. We understand what it means literally. But the thing is, what you have to understand is, why would a man put on a dress that belongs specifically to a woman? And why would a woman put on something that specifically is tailored to a man? Why? Because if a man wears a dress that's specifically for a woman, that is not normal. That is abnormal. If a woman wears something that is specifically tailored to a man, that is abnormal. That's not normal. So they telling you back then being gay was a mental disease. They did certain things. I don't agree with it, but that was their thing. How they did it. I don't agree with shocking people, showing people pictures and shocking them. That ain't, you don't do stuff like that. But that was their method of what they were doing. Then they come up with an ego dealing with the ego, and now all of a sudden it comes with this and that. Dealing with the sexuality. Let's go to the last scripture, 1 Timothy 2:9. That's not normal. These are not normal behaviors. And like I say, you got to remember, your child is the extension of you. So Goldface Killer son was he's in the LGBTQ community. He's reaching out to his father, but he says his father's a deadbeat. What about the mother? Let's keep going. That's 1 Timothy 2:9.
In like manner, also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefaced and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly array.
What that mean, sis? What that mean, sis?
I mean, modest apparel that they're not supposed to be dressing whorish and having too much makeup on and different things like that they're presenting themselves like a whore or prostitute.
Correct. They don't supposed to be having on stuff that attracts them into things that will bring that negative attraction to them. That's not normal. When you wear, like I said earlier in the lesson, you wearing these tight things that's showing everything about you. There's nothing secret about you. Let's grab the last scripture. Let's go to Ecclesiastes. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus, Sirach 26 and 23. And I'm gonna get into the last little videos, and we done. Ecclesiasticus 26:23. These things are not normal.
A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that fears the Creator.
So a wicked man gets a wicked woman, and a wicked woman gets a wicked man. You can't get around this. You can't get around it. Let's look at the last three videos. Fair use, fair use. This is under the 1976 act. So this is not my material. I don't claim no rights to this material. So fair use, fair use. Tell me if this.
Then the doors burst open. The king and queen walked through. There's our precious daughter. If they did not know what love meant, who would?
And a big bad puppy.
Drag Queen Story Hour is really just people reading books to kids. There's no underlying mission. It is nothing more than having someone come in, read books to children, and make them feel welcome and included.
She said that there's no underlying thing there. They just reading books harmlessly. There's nothing underlying there. Then my question is, why are they dressing up like women? Is that normal behavior? Or is that abnormal?
Remember how to walk?
Look at him. Lipstick, eyelash. hair for women, makeup on his face. That's harmless.
I probably have to face with these shoes on.
How's that harmless? He got on high heels, a dress. How's that normal?
Friends the news. It turns out I'm not a narwhal. Of course you are.
And I never had specifically like for myself, like a role model or someone to look up to at an early age to say it was okay to be gay.
See, he said he didn't have that. He didn't have somebody that he could look up to in his early life saying that it was okay to be what he is. He said he didn't have that.
To be a drag queen, to be, you know, whatever I wanted to be. So that's why I think it's important today to kids that, you know, there is someone that you can look up to and who you.
So in other words, he could go there and look up to, have these children look up to him and say, oh, it's okay to be abnormal. That's why I told you, if the parent is not teaching the child about the energy of itself, then that child connects to something outside of itself. And then that child disconnects from the parents and becomes separate from the parents. Let's finish up.
I think it's just important that he sees this as something that's normal, it's accepted, it's not anything to be ashamed of.
See, notice what she's saying. That's that's the part I wanted. Let's hear that again.
I think it's just important that he sees this as something that's normal.
That's something that is normal, accepted. Let's say that one more time.
You want to be.
I think it's just important that he sees this as something that's normal, it's accepted, it's not anything to be ashamed of. And if I just keep taking him to events like this, it's just going to be a part of life.
It's just going to be a part of his life. He's going to connect himself to that. His energy is now going to evolve into that because she's not giving him the energy of herself. Now he become the extension to something else. This is the problem. Let's get the next video. Let's grab the next video. We got one more video after this. Fair use, fair use. Let's go. Let me grab that out. Mute that. Let's go. All right, let's ride.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree.
We're not gonna watch the whole video.
Like when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, these brothers gotta wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on and the prostitute.
Notice he's trying to make it normal to him.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with it. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it.
Trying to make him feel normal.
So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then like the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here? So,
see, look at her hand. Look what it says. Look at her hand, signaling her alliance with the elites. See, you got to pay attention to these people because they want you to believe that what they are doing is normal. Disassociating herself from Dave comments. Let's go.
wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh gosh, that's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers comes, come on, David would be so great. I mean, and then I started.
Look at her hand. Once again, showing whose side she's on. We're just going to watch like 5 minutes of this. Let's go.
All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But
now she acting confused. She deserves an Oscar for this.
The minute
she's a witch.
Was clear. I was adamant. I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later. The whole new scene. Hot damn! How did you write the scene so fast?
You grow up and be a man.
Be a man? What you mean, like you? I should be like you, Melvin? You a man?
No, nigga, you could never be like me.
YouTube, what it do? If you're my fan, welcome back. You new to the channel, just call me Ken for. So look. Now we got a different little type of video today. So today, you know what I'm saying, I want to talk about the dress humiliation ritual in Hollywood and why they do it. So if y'all pay attention, if y'all pay any type of attention to the news and y'all seen what's been going on lately, then y'all seen a new inductee, if you will. You know what I'm saying? If y'all seen anything, y'all seen Russell Westbrook with a skirt on. You know what I'm saying? And you start to, once you keep seeing this reoccurrence happen, because he's not the only one, especially not the only basketball player. You know what I'm saying? As you can see, even your favorite, the GOAT, you know what I'm saying, the people's champ, you know, LeBron James himself has also worn this dress. So once you see this thing keep going on, you start to question, like, man, why do these strong black men, why is it always these strong young brothers that they always put in this dress? You know, that's a question that always niggers, you know, on your mind. So first, you know, before we even, you know, get deep, you know, we have to go back to the origin, right? And this emasculating black man has been a thing since slavery days. And what they used to call it was they call it buck breaking. So let me read y'all something real fast on the origin of buck breaking.
I don't want to get into all that about the buck breaking. Let's just skip a little bit more, and I'll just come back to we're ending to get into the last video for the day.
Breaking. They were doing these things right in front of their people, just like they're doing now. They're doing this with these black men and of their family, everyone. So this happens in the subconscious mind. When you see these things happen, this goes on in the subconscious mind, especially with children. You know what I'm saying? You see these strong black men, bro, these strong presences in Hollywood. They always end up in a dress. It's kind of funny as well. It's funny, but it's not, because the order that they do it in, they always bring you the strong presence first. You always see, you know, a strong black masculine men, right? That's how they always start. They weren't wearing dresses in high school. They weren't wearing dresses in middle school. They were always, masculine. So it's not about homosexuality, right? If that's what you like to wear, that's how you like to dress up. That's you. Do your thing. But we talking about straight black men. Look at what they're doing to them. Because when they enter Hollywood, they always start off as a masculine presence. But then look how they leave. Look how they leave. Look how they leave the door. Look how they come in the door, and then look how they leave the door. Look how they leave the room.
So we're going to leave it right there. We're going to get into the last video for the day. Let's get into the last video. I know this was a little long today, but man, it's a lot of information that I'm going to leave on the table. I'm not going to be able to bring it out. See, these are not normal. This is not normal, family. This is not normal. Oh, really? Hold on. Hold on. This thing just erased what I did, what I got going on. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Fair use, fair use. Hold on, I don't want to. All right, let me share the screen. Yeah, we're gonna be done after this one. Fair use, fair use. This is not my material. All right, so I don't own no rights to this material. Nothing. It's just for education purposes only. Let's go.
One of my partners had a young nigga with him, right? This had a fucking purse over his shoulder and somebody would drip. Nigga, you're not finna be dripping with me, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Nigga, I don't care what kind of style y'all nigga got today. But look here, man. If you got a young nigga and he comes to the party with you, bro, and we chilling, tell that nigga put his purse at home, bro. Oh, God. Hey, when I take pictures with people, right? Please, don't try to kiss me, man. Don't try to kiss my cheek. I don't want that shit. Don't do that, man. Shit like that is disrespectful, man. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Yes, sir. Chicago. Don't play with you, showing it. Well, she cooking real meth, man. That's that new shit.
Yeah.
They call swamp meth.
Smoke show, doing a smoke show, baby.
Yeah, Doritos in the plate.
I can get some more.
So you can see that Waka Flocka say no. Don't bring that around me. And that's not because that's not normal. I want to do one more video because a lot of sisters need to see this right here as well. I need to do one more video. It's fair use, fair use.
If you are about to
See, a lot of stuff is not normal.
National Institutes of Health out with a startling new study. Researchers finding women who use chemical hair straighteners may face a higher risk of developing uterine cancer.
So I saw this news this morning and I thought I'd bring it to your attention. As you know, on my channel, it's all about relaxed hair. But this research has shown that hair relaxers does cause cancer. So I wanted to bring it to your attention just in case you didn't see it. So I'm going to allow it to play and then, of course, we'll talk some more about it.
While that form of the disease is relatively rare, the study shows people who applied chemical straighteners more than 4 times a year faced a 4% risk compared to the 1.6% for those who did not use such treatments.
For women who are very frequent, risk of developing uterine cancer was about double compared to women who did not use those products.
So this research actually shows that persons who use relaxers more than 4 times for the year is more highly prone to this form of cancer. So it brings to mind, should we be stretching a relaxer long? Because if it is that persons who relax their hair more than 4 times is at risk, then let me know your thoughts in the comment section about particular section.
The study tracked more than 33,000 women for almost 11 years. And while researchers did not find race or age had any impact risk level, they do know adverse health effects could be more consequential for Black women.
60% of the women who reported using straighteners relaxers last year were Black. So this exposure really falls to the population of Black women.
So as Black women, of course, we would be more affected by these types of chemicals because we are the ones who use relaxers.
And the reason why that the so-called Negro woman or Black woman, so-called Black woman, will have this effect on her is because she's trying to be like someone else. She's not trying to be like herself. Let's go. That's why this is not normal.
The straightener and naturally curly hair. So we definitely have to take this into consideration and we have to put our health first. And so I'm bringing this to your attention so that we can think about it, we can talk about it. So I want to hear your viewpoints in the comment section.
While it's not known what brands or chemicals are behind the raised cancer risk, researchers say straighteners could be riskier than other hair products as they can cause abrasions and burns on the scalp, possibly making it easier for dangerous ingredients to enter the body.
Based on what was said earlier, we realized that the researchers could not pinpoint what particular ingredient in the relaxer causes cancer, but nevertheless, the evidence showed that some of these chemicals does cancer. So you can understand why the manufacturers of these products emphasize that we should base the scalp before we apply the relaxer, and we should relax the scalp.
So I'm gonna leave it right there. Why is it that it's so important for a woman to relax her hair when her hair was not designed to relax? Her hair is like an antenna. So we're gonna leave it. We're gonna end it right there. So I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you enjoyed today. Since you got the last words, you got anything you want to say before we close out?
No, I'm just all praise for the class and happy Shabbat.
Okay, all right, all praises. All praises, all praises, all praises. So we thank the Creator for everything that we have learned. I know it was longer than normal, but we had to bring this information out. This thing, your children are your extension. And if there is no extension to filter out the blood, the lineage of the energy of you, then you tell me what would happen to you? That's the reason why we have children. That's why we have to make sure we stay in line with Torah, because this is where your salvation is. So next week, we're going to be getting back into chapter 4 of Cain's life. So I hope you gained something from this lesson. And I hope that you will let me know what you think about the lesson. Thumbs up, thumb down, leave a comment, subscribe, and share. So until next week, next Shabbat, same time, same station, different lesson. So until then, thank the Creator. Shalom.